also remember Professor Madhav Gadgil, who has been an inspiration through his thoughts and lifetime of work. We were in talks with him to invite him for this summit and before, particularly in documenting the richness of nature and indigenous ecological knowledge. The School of Sustainability dedicates this special edition of Paritran and our annual Sustainability Summit 2026 to his memory. We will continue to uphold your values and teachings. You will be missed, sir. I would be amiss in my duty if I failed to acknowledge the immense hard work, collaborative spirit, and boundless energy shown by all our students and scholars in the planning and execution of this summit. It was the students who took all the hard decisions, who pitched in with fundraising, made the necessary connections, and reached out to all our stakeholders, thus making this summit happen today. On behalf of my faculty colleagues, wish to say very proud of you, each one of you. I once again thank all of you for joining us and being a part of this action-packed 3-day annual Sustainability Summit. Let the excitement begin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. We will now proceed with the felicitation ceremony as a formal expression of respect and gratitude to our distinguished guests and institutional leaders who are with us today. To begin, I respectfully invite Professor Dr. Sutapapati, Academic Dean, School of Sustainability, to kindly felicitate Reverend Dr. Father K.S. Casimir, S.J., Vice Chancellor, Exam University. Thank you, Father. Ma'am, we now request you to felicitate our founder SAP member, Shri Jagdananda J, mentor and co-founder CYST. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, may we request you to proceed with the felicitation of our founder SAP member, Mr. Christodas Karel Victor, Director of ESAF Cooperative Society. Thank you, sir. Next, ma'am, may I request you to felicitate our founder SAB member, Dr. Pratyush Manda, Chief Executive Officer, One Stage. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, may we request you to proceed with the felicitation of our founder SAB member, Mr. Ranjan K. Panda, founder, mentor, Youth for Water India, widely recognized as the Waterman of Odisha. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, we now request you to felicitate our founder SAB member, Mr. Digvijay Singh Bhish, Council for Sustainability Development, Environment and Livelihoods. Can I have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Ma'am, may I now request you to also felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Thakur S. Fairvani, Chief Sustainability Officer, TVS Motors. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
To formally mark the commencement of Annual Sustainability Summit, it is a privilege to invite our founding SAB members to share brief remarks and bless this event. First, I would request Sri Jagdananda J to share his thoughts.
So 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you. I'm really delighted to be part of this gathering today as we celebrate the 11th annual summit of the sustainability school and the great event, which is a beautiful event, right? When we speak of sustainability today, we are not talking about a separate agenda. We are talking about the future of development itself. Climate stress, inequality, migration, and rapid urbanization are no longer isolated challenges. They are all deeply interconnected. So therefore, I'm grateful that the sustainability school which came up a decade ago is really, creating and making a contribution in the country, in our state as a pathfinder for triggering a sustainability movement by itself. And universities like Xavier University have a special responsibility in this moment. You are not just preparing students for jobs, you are preparing them for a world that demands systems, thinking, empathy, and ethical leadership. To students, I would say, don't wait for authority to lead you. Sustainability leadership begins with curiosity, courage, and action right where you are. Let this summit not end as a conversation. Let it spark collaborations, student initiatives as in the past, and long-term commitments to deal with structural issues which is affecting sustainability per se. Because the future will judge us not by what we discuss today, but by what we choose to change. Thank you so much.
I would now request Mr. Christu Das Karal Victor to come to the dais and share his thoughts.
My greetings to all of the real celebrities on the dais and the faculty of this school, and also our dear guest and our very beloved students. And the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. Father Kashmirji, sir, and our guest of honor, Mr. Thakur S. Parwani, our very beloved Dean of the school, Sujapa Madam, our great member, mentor, Jagadanand Ji, and our great friend, Dr. Pratyush, and other guests and my dear students. Indeed, I feel I'm really greatly privileged to be a part of all the sustainability summits in the university. From the first summit to the 11th summit, I have not missed any of the summits. And whatever plans I have some long travel I have to make. From January to March, I first call the school to know which is the summit dates. I never wanted to miss the summit. All my travels during Jan, Feb and March will be planned only after fixing the dates for the summit. So that much has been my involvement, has been my joy to get associated with the summit. I started coming to the school, to the first, it was in XIMB, used to be in XIMB campus. Even before that, I used to come to the university to interact with the students. Then I became a visiting faculty. So great experience and great journey through the school in my life. And I have 3 points to make. One is I see the focus here. And the first few summits where we will be, we will have so many sessions, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minute sessions. I used to say, why should we have so many sessions? Nobody is able to digest. So the children will be very busy with arranging the program sessions. No one has no time to listen to. No one has no time to speak to meaningfully. So therefore, from that busy scheduled packed summits, now we have come to really focused, relaxed, and outcome focused sustainability summits. It's very, I enjoy to see that change in the structure and the design of the summit. So because of the focus that you have, this has become more meaningful. This has become real outcome grounded and outcome designed programs. You children, you are the real beneficiaries of such summits throughout. You get an opportunity to attend such summits during your course. Then I see the transformation. We used to pick small initiatives in the past, and all that small initiative has transformed into key activities, key focus of the school. I'm very so happy to see the way the small initiatives, none of the small initiative got dropped in between. They started very small, all the initiatives transformed and now emerged as big thoughts behind that. And I'm really able to visualize a day, maybe next year, formally inaugurating XIM's incubation center for startups. Now we are very fast moving towards that reality. That has been my real joy, to see such a thing in this campus. So the transformation is really on the wings, and I really appreciate the faculty, the wholehearted, the way they gear up, and the way they thought for the transformation of all those initiatives. And I also have seen, Madam was telling me that they focus the programs for 10 years. So all the students studying here will be a part of the history of those initiatives. Now they are no, what is it? Dayanadi, yes. Dayanadi, that river program started last year. This year is again continuing. Next year it will again continue. So the way that river got transformed, the way the community got transformed, the way the thinking of the people got transformed, the way the leadership and involvement always got transformed. That whole transformation journey will become part of your life, students. That is a great thing. That's a great experience for you in your life. Then I see it is relational. All the guests coming here, they interact with the students, and we also interact. And after the summit, we carry friendship while we go back. The next summit, what a joy for us to meet each one of us again. So it is focused, it is transformational, it is relational. An ideal place where the students can get anchored in the theme of sustainability. So all my blessings and regards to all of you. May God bless all of you and the school to take up the greater challenges in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Pratyush Panda to come and share his thoughts.
Respected VC, respected our Dean, Sutapa ma'am, Jagdananda sir, our guest of honor today, SAP committee members, faculty board, and dear student. Each time I come to exam, either old or new campus, my confidence level goes 10 times up. Alma maters. I've been taught by Father Bhogat, I've been taught by Father Kashmir Raj, and a relation continues until now. This is why a person who was homeless, landless until 2000, 2001 could able to stand tall today in front of all of you. It is all credit goes to Exide campus. Believe in yourself, this Exambi brand has that ability to transform yourself, what you were when you came to this campus, but you will realize maybe 5-10 years down the line. It all depends not on faculty or campus and all. It all depends and starts with you. If you believe in yourself, this campus can help you to transfer. If you don't, nobody else from outside. So don't depend more on, say, professors, course curriculum, on believe on yourself. Four things on 4 minutes I must tell you today. Jagdana sir initiated that one talk, say, ethical leaderships. Be a ethical leader going ahead. Don't try to be a follower when you go out. Don't try to be an unethical leaders as well. Read more on those lines. That's the not on the buzzword, need the R across globe, especially with respect to when we talk of business sustainability or sustainability at large. Second, if you enhance your predictive analysis, if you can predict what coming next on my desk to my company, to my NGOs, to my organization, to my campus, you are the leaders for the next era. If you are unable to predict what coming next, suppose you are driving a bike and taking a right turn, if you don't anticipate there's a four-wheeler coming from outside, you're bound to face a small or big accident. So predictive analysis for any sustainable manager is must. This is how you can reduce the risks of your organization and the society at large. And being a newbie, like when I also started from this campus, I was having zero bata sanata experience. But what taught me was 100 hours of volunteering hours, what Father Bogart, Father Kasmiraj used to tell us in the beginning. You can start that the moment you are out of this campus. Commit yourself, I am going to learn by putting 100 volunteering hours. Don't expect salary out of that. That one best example I must tell, I was missing some of you. I could only see Professor Sutap and few other professor at Orissa Vikas Conclave. Our father of Orissa Vikas Conclave is here, Jagdananda sir. He drives it. Why can't the school goes and do entire volunteer work for those 2 days? Shut down your campus and try to have networking, all the people coming globally. Learn from there. And this is how, if you can do 10 12 event in first year of a career, I think that's awesome thing to learn starting from Bhubaneswar. Nothing more at this line. I think we need to get proceed. More, there is a time allotted to me. I'll come to you and add details at that time. All the very best to all the students here and the faculty board for this awesome work coming to the level of 11th Summit. Congratulations, all the very best. I'm here until 3:34. We'll talk at length. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Ranjan K. Panda to come and share his thoughts.
Yeah, good morning and thanks very much for inviting me here. All distinguished guests, some of my revered people like Jagadranji, Pratyush Bhai, and all of you, my dear students. We have been part of the camp. I have already been part of the campus for I think last 2-3 years. We do our Water and Climate Academy with the School of Sustainability, and it has been a marvelous experience. For this summit, I think this is the third summit that I am participating, and I think it is one of the best ways to reconnect with all of you and to many, thought leaders from across. So I have a session. We will discuss more, but a few things that I always like to talk to students. I think as Jagadananji already said, sustainability is not a course material. It's not a job material. It's a life material. Actually, you have to live sustainability. So these summits should actually encourage us to live sustainability. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you, sir. It's a great privilege to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Thakur S. Ferwani, to share his opening remarks. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Good morning. Honorable Vice Chancellor, honorable guests, those are here on the dais, founding members, distinguished faculty members, champions of change, sustainability ambassadors, those who are going to script the new history after learning and getting that entire knowledge as a weapon where you are going to make a difference. Congratulations that you have embarked the journey to move in the direction where you are going to make a difference, lot of difference. Today when I'm standing here with a mixed emotion. Let me admit that I am very, very nervous. I am nervous because the world is changing at a rate which is unprecedented. Every morning we get up, we talk about the economic crisis which one gentleman is posing in front of us, or a geopolitical war which is haunting us, that which country would be the next where they are going to attack or invade. I'm nervous because Mother Earth is bleeding. I'm nervous because society is getting polarized. I'm nervous because it will still take 270 years for my daughters to get that stature of equality and pay parity, which is still a challenge and it's a lip service at certain level. I'm nervous because if I have to earn social license to operate, I will have to work for all the stakeholders, not just one or two. I'm nervous because the talk which we are giving or the message which we are trying to give with the ethical leadership, is this truly ethical in the current context? The approach with respect to utilitarian approach, dentology, or a larger good for the environment is something very different than what we used to think 20, 30 or 40 years ago. But at the same time, when the nervousness is there next to me or inside me, some part of my heart is also hopeful because I'm looking forward for a light end of the tunnel, and I believe that only is possible because when we are part of the problem, we only have to be the part of solution, and solution lies within us where we will have to take a call, and it's rightly written on the board stating paradigm of no choices. The choices which we make in terms of where we want to move and take the journey forward. And that's where when I say you are the sustainability ambassadors, which means there is something which you are going to pick up from here, where you are going to make sure you will have the desire and urge to make the difference. Today, when we are moving ahead, there are three things which are important for us. Making sure that people who are around us in our life, be it a family, friend, or wherever you are going to work, do you have a desire to be the guiding light or lighthouse of the change? I leave that question with you. You will have to take the call, how you would like to take it forward. Second, do you have a desire to change the process and challenge the status quo? And that's something which is very important for anyone who is starting the career. And you are going to hit the wall for sure as soon as your honeymoon period will get over in any organization, where you will taste the reality, smell the coffee, and then you will say, what I learned in the classroom, do I have an opportunity to really, really take a head on with the system, which is so wide, so big, so deep? Where am I? I'm just a drop in the ocean. Do you have that courage and conviction to change the process and system around us? And finally, there is a huge amount of knowledge which is available outside. Technology is advancing, be it an AI 4.0 conversion, which is giving us the belief that everything is possible. But are we putting them to the right use by making sure that we leverage the technology to ensure that process is going in the right direction with the right conviction? And that's how, as a Chief Sustainability Officer, my objective being into the organization is to ensure that we leverage people, process, and technology at a fullest to converge the action into a reality, aspiration into the result. Otherwise, it will be like a operation successful, patient dead. And nobody wants that. And that's what is we call it as an influence without authority. So please understand, when you will become a Chief Sustainability Officer, mark my word, even if you reach to the pinnacle of this specific role, you will always have the desire to bring the change, but you will have no one around you to think alike the way you want to bring that change. What you are going to learn and you will have to imbibe is the influence without authority. If you have that rigor and passion around you, you will be the best leader in the corporate world and a better person in the society which society wants currently. And in my second role in the capacity in which I am, where I am also the Vice President of the South region in UNGCNI, United General Convention is looking forward for a vibrant people like you. Those who can come forward beyond the call of your duty, or I would call it for your earning what you're going to, the duty which you're going to, over a period of time, you aspire for being into certain role. Think about it. Is this what is life all about? Is this because of which we are here on this earth? Because I got this realization very late in my early 40s. I'm still in 40s, but I suddenly realized this during in a pandemic time. When the world was crumbling down, people were dying left, right, center in a wave two. When I was handling an emergency control center in one single corner, and I was saving the lives of the people to make sure that nobody dies when life-saving drugs are getting produced in my organization. Then I realized that life is not about just earning and making sure that people are happy around us or keep myself happy. Life is all about, is this what I'm doing? This is for which I'm here on this earth. I have to do something different. And that's how, being into UNGC, I've realized one thing. No matter what, in whichsoever capacity, if I'm able to make a difference and change the mind of even 5 people, and then these 5 people can then invoke that light in another 5 people, then we will call it as a movement which we need to drive. I understand the average lifespan is 70 years. I have another 25 years. And I'm sure in these 25 years, there are at least 1,000 like-minded people where I would like to join them and hand around how we can really make the life of other people in a better way. Even if not, if we can invoke that smaller, thought process, which can, over a period of time, change the world around us. We will talk about it in my next presentation at 12 o'clock. And there are certain ways and means, tool with methods, which you can also absorb and see if it is also useful or helpful for you. I am not giving you a magic pill, but what I am telling you, what certain things which actually help me in terms of changing things around me. There are some use cases, some of the failures, but most of these things I consider is like things are going in the right direction. I look forward at you, since you have already arranged this type of a summit and you are doing it since many years. Congratulations that you are moving in the right direction. All the best. You continue to strive and scale heights which you desire in your life. Best wishes. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. It is my honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of XIM University, Reverend Dr. Father K.S. Casimir S.J., who has been a pillar of strength, taking forward XIM University's inspiring legacy. Let's extend a warm round of applause as we welcome him to the stage to share his words of wisdom.
Morning. Hello, good morning. So dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and my beloved students. As speaker after speaker mentioned, sustainability is not a course, it's not a program, it's not a seminar, it's not a conference. Then what is it? What is it? The way up? Give a round of applause, please. But the fundamental question is whether it is truly the way of life for each of us. How many will put up their hands? Is it your way of life? So my anxiety, as I share my anxiety, is a little lessened, It's, we are all in a group of deep angst. And when we see so many of you are just claiming that it is a way of life for you, we feel heartened. We feel there is still hope for this world. We believe that still we can protect this world, save this world. For whom? For you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for the posterity. So that's why sustainability cannot be limited to a degree. If it is your way of life, how do you live it out in the details of your everyday life? How do you live it out? Can somebody share? Conferences, we have lots of talks. As again, Madam mentioned, we work very hard. We seek to leave a good impression. We tastefully decorate the stage. We plan meticulously. But eventually, what is the outcome? What's the result? How do you live it out? If it's a way of life, how do you live it out? Let's say water. How do you practice sustainability while using water? Anybody? In the morning when you go to, the tap in a washroom, you open the tap and keep brushing your teeth, water is flowing. So you need 1 liter of water, whereas you wasted maybe 99 liters of water. Does it happen in your life? No? Surely? Oh my goodness, my heart swells with pride, Okay? Energy. Because there is a switch, automatically switch on the light. Even when you don't need. When you leave the room, the light is on, the fan is on, the AC is on. How many of you really switch off the lights when you don't really need it? My goodness, give a round of applause. I think, Madam Supapa, I think we can wind up this conference because already it will become a way of life. Fantastic, my dear students. This is what we need. It has to be a way of life. In other words, you need to live it out in the details of everyday life. For inclusive prosperity. In fact, shared prosperity comes next. First, we need to survive. We need to survive this catastrophe, climate catastrophe that we have unleashed on ourselves. Why? Because we thought life is acquiring more and more, holding more and more, storing more and more for myself. As the previous speaker mentioned, we have forgotten that we are a family, a tribe. We are a tribe, a community. Only by looking out for one another, we can save this planet. We have created this, artificial construct, nations, states. They're just a means of administering. But when we divide ourselves with our minds and hearts into nationalities, into races, and castes, we are heading for destruction. In other words, sustainability is open your hearts wide open for the whole world. That is Indian Dharma, Indian way of life. How do you live it out in your consumption? We are making it Amazon, Flipkart, we are making it easier and easier to consume. Because it's cheaper, immediately we order that. Deepavali sale, Christmas sale. We don't become better by consuming. We become more happy, joyful by giving, by sharing. Again, this is an Indian philosophy, Indian vision for humanity. How many of you had said to yourself, this month I will not buy anything, no shopping month? Anybody? No shopping month? What? Why? You should be proud. Raise your hand. Please give a round of applause. You have to say no. You have to learn to say no. Life is not merely indulging our desires. If you want to make somebody, a Stoic said, 2000 years back, you want to make really a person wealthy, don't give him more or her more wealth. What do? What do? If you want to make a person more wealthy, you launch a startup, make $1 billion, you become wealthy, truly? How do you? Reduce your desires. Reduce your desires. You know, we have billionaires, the richest man in India. I mean, he looks at the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk, I don't know who he is looking at. So it goes on and on. So what we do, we plunder the earth. Plunder the earth. By plundering earth, we impoverish ourselves. Our true happiness lies in building up a community, a tribe, relationship. 70 years of Harvard research has proved beyond doubt, people are happy not because they have $1 billion statutory in the bank, ultimately because they have deep, enduring, sustaining, nourishing relationships. Nourishing? Do we have? You know, that is our deepest craving. Our deepest craving, but we are not aware of this. We think we're happy, you know, that the latest car, the dream house, the exotic vacations, we'll be happy. But actually what we want is this. True wealth lies within. Happiness happiness is an inside job. Happiness is all the other things are means. So the day we tell ourselves, I can be happy without this. This is a false story told by the media, society, that you can only be happy if you live like an American. If everybody has to be like an American, this earth will incinerate this earth, reduce it to ashes. And the West is looking to us. West, they found material well-being. But inner wellness, they are not found. They are looking to us. Could the East give to us? They say, Aldous Huxley said 100 years back, light comes from the East. Light comes from the East. I'm not referring to the sun. Wisdom comes from the East. And the torchbearers of this wisdom is each one of you. Each one of you. You are the hope of this world. You are the light unto the nations. I wish this conference, this school, will be a light unto the world. You will be so that this world continues to be the beautiful world that it could be. That it could be. It's a leaderless world today. Might is right. Whereas we need people who embrace the whole world. Lord, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is my family. The whole world is my family. So may this conference open your hearts wide, help you think better, and seek to build a family, a community, a tribe, so that all of us could enjoy the shared prosperity of this world. That all of us really taste and savor true wellness, true health. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Father, for your encouraging words and setting the tone, sir. We are delighted to launch the special edition of Paritran, the official sustainability magazine, an initiative of Conserve, the functional committee of School of Sustainability, which is released quarterly. Paritran serves as a platform for students to present research, perspectives, and creative expressions that contribute meaningfully to the broader sustainability discourse. This edition centers on Sustainable Development Goal 12, responsible consumption and production, under the compelling theme, The Weight of Our Wants, redefining value in the age of success. It is now my honor to invite our respected Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Father K.S. Casimir S.J., Sri Jagatnanda J., Mr. Christodas Karel Victor, Dr. Pratyush Panda, Mr. Thakur S. Fairwani, Mr. Ranjan K. Panda, Dr. Digvijay Bhisht, Professor Dr. Sutapapati, Professor Dr. Tanmay Khuntia, Faculty Coordinator of Conserve, and Team Conserve. I also request the Faculty of School of Sustainability to kindly join us on stage for the Paritran Magazine Special Edition launch.
May I request the guests on the stage to release the report on 5 pilot research projects that have been jointly conducted by PhD scholars, MBA, and UG students of the School of Sustainability. While the report has only been printed for symbolic purposes today, those interested may download the digital version from our website. The research titles are Dayanadi Ecosystem Sustainability Project, Nirmalya Upcycling of Temple Flower Waste Project, Campus Waste Sustainability Model Project, Campus Biodiversity Project, Exayam University Net Zero Vision Project. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We will now take a short tea break. May I request everyone to kindly reassemble in the auditorium by 12 p.m. sharp as we continue with the next segment of the summit. 12:10. Everybody is requested to gather back here by 12:10.
It's all about a mindset, that how we would like to design the product. And the fourth lever is about, okay, everything has an end, including a human being. For us, it's important to know that end of the life, are we able to use it in a different way? Will it go in a circularity or upcycling, recycling? What is the end of life use of the product? Where you will be able to add value by saying, okay, look, I understand what is my end of a life, and this is how my solution look like, so that the world will be a better place by not getting impacted, polluted, diluted, leached, or in a different ways and means. So these four levers, I believe, these are the only sources with which we can move in the direction where we can call it a better world will be a better place from the SDG 12 perspective, which is all about responsible consumption, use, innovation, everything linked to it. This is a beautiful model. When I was going through my master's at Cranfield University, one of my professors have taught us this model, that when you become a chief sustainability officer or institution where you would become a part of a sustainability, how are you going to measure a company is a truly sustainable company? And that's where this model, it actually explains you in terms of, on the x-axis you can see the rating and a ranking of any organization, on the y-axis you can see the parameter basis which you would rank them, by saying that in true sense where you actually stand today. And when I try to superimpose various companies including Apple, BMW, Toyota, or you name any company, and see that in true sense where they stand, I'm not able to find a single company who have reached to a late stage where they say we are in the last column of system changer. Even Patagonia. I've gone through Patagonia's manufacturing plant in Vietnam. I've seen what shit is happening there. Right? So there must be some work which is happening, but they are not the system changes. There's a far-fetched reality where we will have to look into what exactly is happening around us. It's not in true sense is happening. Some bit of a portion where we are building excellence, but not in the entire value creation framework. We call it an upstream to the downstream. And upstream to downstream is all about a life cycle assessment model where you are able to see that if we exist, how the world is getting impacted in the model we call it as cradle to grave, or cradle to grave to again a cradle. Are we evaluating it in appropriate manner? So world would be appreciating your effort if you are an expert who is able to identify and calculate how my impact or my product's impact or service impact looks like. That's one of the skill which everybody is looking at in the organization. Do you know how to map it? Be it a carbon, be it a water, be it a resource consumption, anything and everything. If you are able to identify who is my tier 3 supplier, you win the race. If you are able to understand from which mine this specific ingredient or the field this ingredient is coming and how that stakeholder group look like, you are winning the race. Because in sustainability, first mapping is important, baselining is important, understanding that if you don't understand what is the footprint, how would you make a difference? It would be just a lip service. So a big and a mammoth task for any industry is to map it, and mapping cannot take place in 1 year time. Trust me, I'm still struggling in last 2.5 years. We are not able to map the entire value chain. That's a truth. That's a reality. But it doesn't mean that we will stop working around it. We will have to continue to make a difference where we have already mapped something, so that you can show the difference as compared to the baseline, how things look like. So thanks to the Professor Grayson for giving such a wonderful tool. And that's where I converge, after looking at this tool, the action into 3 dimensions. This which I was talking about in a previous talk, people, process, and technology. How to make the difference when people are around you, processes need to be changed, and leveraging the technology in the startup ecosystem, those who are coming with the radical mindset, innovation, which is going to be at your realm and one click where you can make a difference. As I indicated, when we talk about people, it's not about the people, those who are the stakeholders. It's about our own people within the organization or institution or the society, right from top, middle, and lower level or lower strata people, where they need to understand and acknowledge this. And that's where at TVS Motor we have started the program called Sustainability Ambassador Program in 16 thematic areas, which is about water, waste, energy, road safety, women's safety, health, biodiversity, snake and hazard, fire safety. There are all 16 environmental, social, and safety dimensions where we believe that still knowledge is lacking. And we are converging these 15,000 employees in a way that reach to the level 4. They consider to be a master train the trainer. And each one of them pose like I am the chief sustainability officer of the organization. And these are those people, those who are guiding light. As I speak, there are more than 390 plus such ambassadors in 16 thematic areas, those who are ready to make a difference within the fence and beyond the fence. Second is about process and technology, where blockchain, AIML, IoT is the only solution. And the recent development which is happening around battery passport, battery Aadhaar system is going to pave that path in that direction, where any consumer can scan the barcode and they will get to know what is the water footprint, energy footprint. If we will not make them aware about this, nothing will change around this. These are the impact numbers in terms of what we have tried to do in last 3.5 decades, and especially accelerated the pace in last 3 years, is about anything and everything happening in value chain, water, waste, whatever you talk about. Every single facility of TVS Motor, when you step in, 43% of the land parcel is converged into a very dense, thick biosphere, which is acknowledged by the Biodiversity Authority and also UNDP as probable OECM site under Kunming Protocol 30/30. This is a house of 1,000 flora and fauna species, where every year we are producing 15% extra as compared to the previous year, with the CAGR of 27% to increase the shareholder value, where if you must have invested into TVS stock 15 years back, by now you would have become millionaire. And even if you invest now, I guarantee you will become millionaire in next 15-year time. That's the pace at which we believe that nature and progress of economy should happen hand in hand. Each of this plant is water positive, zero waste to landfill certified, and also carbon neutral, where the entire biosphere around us is giving a carbon stock which is more than what we are emitting in our scope 1 and scope 2. That's the end of the story? No. Now the real crux about SDG 12 come in play. And this is where we call it SDG 12 is all about stretching the line, bending the line, closing the loop, which is about changing the entire business model, which is ready for the future, the change which is going to happen around us. When we talk about stretching the line, it's about investing into the business models where tomorrow there is a possibility that nobody will buy our bike. Then how the business will exist? And that's where we are investing into a SaaS-based platform like Rapido and plugging in EVs over there, so that if you don't want to buy a bike, you want to rent the bike, or you want to take a service like Uber, that's how the next level of investment will look like. Or a businesses like DriveX, where people want to sell their bike, we would like to buy their bike, refurbish the bike, and instead of selling new bike, we sell the second-hand bikes. And there are 50 such stores in India, and rapidly expanding to 5,000 stores 5 years down the line is also called stretching the line, where you're not allowing a fresh resource to come and play. Existing resources are getting extension of the life, is considered to be stretching the line. Most importantly, bending the line. Designing the products which are meant to be sustainable, and that's where two of our products called Jupiter 125 and IQ. These are Green Pro certified bikes, which means the carbon footprint in this bike is 20% lesser than best in class bike in Europe. When people are talking about CBAM, taxation, we are happy, let it come. We will go and reverse credit and take tax credit from Europe by saying, you want our bike? Give us a tax credit of the 20% carbon footprint which we are saving. And that's the power of Indian manufacturing and quality which you would like to establish as a footprint in the minds and heart of all those in the Western world, those who think they are the most sustainable people. An investment in terms of continuously investing in invention, where in next 2 years time you will see the offerings right from electric bicycle to the point in time 5 year you will be flying in drones. And that's how our investment is happening, where vehicles will hover on road, not fly on road. It will safeguard you to also ensure it is the best in class services which we would be extending. That's the sustainable innovation we are talking about. And when it comes to closing the loop, that's the most important element. As we speak, we design each and every bike, which is designed in a way that every part, it is designed in a way that 90% of the parts are recyclable, recoverable, and 13% of these parts are already coming into closed loop, which means that bike has 13% of circularity. And our aspiration is to take it to 25% or even up to 30%. So with these thought processes, what I indicate that if we will have to make a difference, it should not be a lip service. And that's how this was like a phased journey. And trust me, all of these actions are happening where we have not yet released our sustainability goals. Because each and every goal, if we talk about it in the external domain, it should be like under commitment over delivery. We are testing every solution on the ground in a way that we work on it at a scale and speed. I'm using this word why? Because as a sustainability profession, you have to understand that all the solutions are available in this world. It's just that you have to pick up a right solution, work at a scale and a speed so that it reaches to the last mile person who actually need that solution, but in a very, very sustainable manner. Thank you very much. Thank you, buddy. How much?
Thank you, sir.
It is my honor to welcome our keynote speaker, who brings decades of experience in shaping community-led and people-centered development in Odisha. Dr. Jagadananda J has played a pioneering role in initiating women's self-help groups in the state, an effort that evolved from grassroots initiative into a nationally recognized movement, from microcredit and women's empowerment. Currently, he serves as mentor and co-founder of the Center for Youth and Social Development, CYSD. Sir, I invite you to address the gathering.
Perfect. Give me a buzz at 9 minutes before 1 minute. Okay. Thank you. I think the tone has been so well set by my previous keynote that solutions are there on the ground and people at the community end, at the people's end, they have started thinking about solutions. So now the challenge before us is how do we plug in to those solutions? I think when we talk about sustainability in Odisha, I do not think of it as a policy document or a conference theme. I think of places and people I have encountered over years. Villages, river banks, forests, and young people trying to make a sense of the rapid change which is happening outside actually. I remember standing in a coastal village near the mangroves several years after a severe cyclone. 99 we had a severe super cyclone and the concrete houses looked intact, but what struck me was something else. On the coastline of Odisha, if you look at Jagatsinghpur as a district and the coastline there is a small patch where we had lost the barrier between the nature and the human habitation, and the barrier was mangroves. A small patch. That time we had, Bandhana Siva had taken a satellite imagery, and we could see where that little piece, the missing bit, that is the place where the gushing wind and the water entered the habitation, and we lost about 10,000 people. 10,000 people and million animals. Don't count actually, countless. So, and wherever now when Dana came, we realized wherever mangroves had survived or were restored by the communities, recovery was faster, fishing resumed sooner, And the people, they spoke with confidence rather than fear. That was my first strong reminder that ecosystem are not background scenery to development, they are living infrastructure actually. That is very important. And for students like you and for development practitioners like me and the midway, the members of the faculty and others, this is important to remember because sustainability is not abstract. In Odisha, it decides who is safe, who migrate, and who gets left behind. Now let me move inland. Odisha is blessed with incredibly diverse agroclimatic landscapes. We have almost about 10 agroclimatic landscapes from rain-fed uplands to delta plains. In many districts, I have met small farmers who do not use the language of climate change but understand it deeply. They talk about shifting monsoons, unpredictable rainfall, and crops failing more often than before. Yet, I have also seen hope, farmers reviving mixed cropping now in a big way, millets in a big way, indigenous seeds in a big way, and water sharing practices. These are not new ideas, they are old wisdom finding new relevance. This is sustainability in practice. And this is where the idea of just transition becomes real actually. When we say green transition, we often talk about renewable energy, electric mobility, or carbon targets. All of that matters, but in Odisha, just transition means asking tougher questions. What happens to the mining dependent communities when extractive industries slow down? What happens to them and their livelihood systems? What happens to the informal workers when industries modernize? What happens to migrants when climate stress reduces livelihood options at home? A translation that creates, a transition that creates solar parks but destroys local livelihoods is not just. A transition that protects forest but ignores forest communities will not last long actually. I have worked in parts of the Eastern Ghats, and this summit, I am happy that we are devoting it in the memory of our great environmental friend, Dr. Madhav Gadgil. We have worked together on both Western Ghats and on Eastern Ghats also, and he's no more there, but it's a great memory and the legacy which he had left. And in that Eastern Ghats work, where forests are not just ecological zones, they're cultural landscapes. Communities there can tell you which stream dries fast, which hill holds moisture longer, and which forest patch protects them during extreme heat. When development ignores this knowledge, we lose not only biodiversity, but resilience. And then there are our river systems. Our Mahanadi upkeeper is here, Ranjan, dear, activist. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay. So let me close. The Mahanadi and its tributaries, river in Odisha, are living ecosystems. I've seen villages downstream suffer because upstream decisions were made without understanding these linkages. When rivers are stressed, livelihoods collapse quietly. Fishing, farming, even drinking water security. Let me say this very clearly to you this morning, that leadership in sustainability doesn't begin after graduation. It begins when you choose to step outside the classroom. Hello, folks. Yeah, thank you. when you listen more than you speak, when you realize that communities are not beneficiaries but co-creators of the solutions. In our state, we we do not just need smart professionals, but we need empathetic leaders. Leaders who understand that a mangrove forest can save more lives than a concrete wall, that a river needs space to breathe, and that development must respect both people and nature. As this summit begins in a bigger note from afternoon onwards for next 3 days, I would like to reflect on three simple questions. What ecosystem do I feel connected to? Myself. Each one. Whose voices am I not hearing yet? What role can I play in making this transition not only green but just? If you can carry these questions with you beyond today, then the summit will have truly served its purpose. Thank you, and I wish you courage, curiosity, and compassion as you shape the future of our sustainability debate and discourse. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. May I request all dignitaries and faculty members to kindly proceed to the butterfly garden, escorted by our volunteers. All students are requested to remain seated.
Not again, it's very obvious, he'll expect that. But while expecting, you also need to think about what I have earned in these 2 years. And to earn, you have to learn a lot. I remember when I was in old campus, very proudly our faculty used to say 80 hour classes per week, boys. सुनते ही डर लगता था 80 hour class, imagine from Monday to Saturday kind of thing. Then every day there used to be one group and one individual assignment. By the time we used to sleep, it's almost close to 1:32. Again morning 9 o'clock, we're inside our classrooms and you have to complete everything before that. That was our rituals on a day. Those days, I mean, talking about 98 around kind of period. Having said that, I know that you all are studying hard. Your professor also putting a lot of efforts into it. But let me take you through some of the, I'll not say shortcuts, but smart cuts, what will fetch you better positioning in the market, better job roles. Better job roles mean better dignity to your life, and if that all happens, obviously better CTC. So before I start, I like to take some of the questions from the especially from the students. How many of you are here, those who have already selected and the placement, second year student has crossed 15 lakh CTCs? Raise your hand. If anyone, okay, I could see one hand. How many of you have crossed 12 plus, 12 or 12 plus? 1 plus 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Tick. How many of you crossed 10? 10 CTC? Another 2, 3 hands. Tick hai. Next year, the first year student, how many of you are willing, I mean, wishing to cross 15 lakhs CTC next year? First year students only. Everyone. Clap for yourself. At least your aspirations is there. So my talk will be around that. How, with the same set of all arrangements, all classes, no changes with the student, with the faculty or the course curriculum, you know, I'll have jotted down something, but I have seen in the marketplace what will fetch you if you learn all those things, what will fetch you better CTC, and not only CTC. If I'll hire you, say you come and join me one stage at Vice President Sanitation. आप आओगे मेरे ऑफिस में पूछोगे शुभम मैम, your reporting authority for example is here. Shubham say hello to everyone. So we'll also alumni of our exam from this campus, Shubham. Correct. 2017-18 I believe, passed out. 19 pass out from RM from this campus. And you'll report to Shubham. And he'll ask, man, kal kya karna hai? You joined as Vice President Sanitation with a CTC of 15. So he'll tell you, go clean the washroom. Your CTC is 15. JD, BP Sanitation. He'll be very happy to join with a tie, bow tie, everything. You may also land up this kind of job role, market gimmicking on those lines. Be aware of your CTC vis-a-vis a job role. Person like me will never compromise on job role. I am ready to compromise on CTC part. So for better learning, longer sustainability of your own career, always get very close to what the job role. Am I going there for earning or learning or for both? If it is both, earning plus learning, double thumbs up. If it is earning is average or below average, if learning is best, I must as a second option. Don't go anywhere just for your CTC. You will ruin your career. And obviously, if there is nothing either earning or learning, you should not. That obvious. On those lines, let me talk. Morning, we're talking about something on ethical leaderships and all. So when you go out of this campus, we're always taught those days by Father Rosario Gomez, Father Kashmir Raz, even Father Gyana Ratina. He was from German management school and started teaching us basic management skills. So you have to consciously act like a manager. You can't act like a even officer. If you're passed out of exam campus, you have to consciously elevate yourself as a manager. And what a manager does? What a manager does? He knows the art of getting the work done. Somewhere during, I'll tell you one of my life example when I was the ACC. Subham was there or no, you haven't joined. One of our plant director where Niranjan and all the first, second batch student has gone for Jamul for the training. The plant director was sacked overnight. I was reporting to CEO. Neeraj sir asked me, Pratyush, take a flight, immediately land in Raipur, Jamul, report me for there. It was a Sunday late night. Monday I reached there and called him. Then I realized the manager, plant director was sacked. Me and his EA reached also after 2-3 hours. Our job was to run the plant without having the plant director. In those 32 days, the plant capacity was 4.5 MTPA. Hope you understand this language. And this plant has never gone beyond 3.8 production. That was the first time in their history the plant crossed 4.2 CTC. I'll tell you what I did. I'm not a cement engineer. I was doing mining engineering. I left because of sinusitis and went to college with mathematics graduations. That's my background. I gone up to mining engineering up to third year and left because of severe sinusitis. I was admitted to hospitals also those days. What I did, I took the data of last few years new plant for almost 2.5 year, and I see what is the time in a day when the production is lowest. Then I checked which is the day in Monday to Sunday production is lowest, a day, and which is the dates in a calendar year of 1st to 30th production is less. So during those time, I used to be inside production site, boots on ground. So every day night, my job was between 1 p.m. to early morning 4:30. Then immediately after the salary, the first 3 days, the moment salary is distributed, next day workers and officers attendance also will go down. People will take leave, go out, booze. I mean, they'll chill their life. So we designed something in a way so that they are back to job. And then in the entire calendar year, did I did anything significant? No. It is the predictive analysis out of the data available. And it has this, I don't know, till I left in 2021, record was not broken. I don't know after that. This is what is expected out of a manager when you go out. And how can you do that? If you are fundamentally clear, conceptually clear, and you have tools in your hand how to analyze those data. Precisely what I'm saying, enhance your quantitative techniques. We used to have in our time 2 papers on quantitative techniques, paper 1, paper 2. I don't know you all are going through that or not. Furthermore, if you are from any kind of mathematics kind of background, at least 12th mathematics, if you are good on calculus derivatives, this will be much easier for you. I am not discouraging anyone, those who are not from this background, but please enhance your skills around that. And especially when we are talking of AI today, this further required. Anybody who can do good data analytics can handle AI in a much better and faster way. Second, your predictive analysis will not be for few days, few weeks, few months. It may go up to few years. The moment you are into few years, you will get somewhere some paths to go in the top management in any corporate. If your predictive analysis, I'm repeating, if you are able to predict something beyond 365 days, you are a good metal for any corporate organization where they are talking about ESG and sustainability kind of things for our sector. Because morning, our guest of honor was talking about how dynamic is situation, things are changing so fast. And within that, if you have these skills, you will certainly grow up. Second, on those lines, Digvijay sir is teaching you life cycle approach and all those things. I'm coming bit to the subject matter kind of things. So tell me, how many of you, if I give you next 30 minutes, can create carbon emission of this event for 3 days? Raise your hand. In next 30-40 minutes, can some of you able to do? No? For this event, that includes scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. Say Pratyush traveling from Mumbai. The air emissions, everything. One hand I could see. Check yourself. Either confidence is low, you know it, you are not able to raise. And if you are sincerely feeling low down, enhance this skill. Because whenever you go on sustainability side, your time over. 2 minutes left, gentlemen. Hey, come here. See, 120 second, 110 remaining. I'm coming. So enhance these basic fundamental skills. One more fundamental skills that what market look forward for. When you go out tomorrow as a management trainee, join somewhere, people like Pratyush will not ask you कि ये करेगा वो करेगा. I'll ask you, can you write the first draft for my BRSR report? Are you confident enough to write a first draft? I'm not in final cut. First draft. For me, after fifth draft, that's the final cut. Can you please write? How many of you can do that? Raise your hand with all confidence. देखो दिग्विजय पीछे देख रहे हैं देखो अभी. Yes, good. At least half of you. How many of you can say? I'll say EcoVadis ESG report. How many of you can prepare me ESG EcoVadis first draft? I'm not saying again final. 2-3 hands. Those who have gone to CSR Box Singapore. I could say good. How many of you can prepare first draft? Say short-term net zero targets. Short-term net zero targets. Almost 1/3. Very good. How many of you can help me to draft first cut for net zero long-term, say 2040, for say organization like Mahindra, Tata Motors, 1/3. Net zero long-term roadmap as per SBTI fundamentals. I am super happy. 60-70% you are feeling confident. So these 2-3 skills you bring out, polish yourself. Start reading this report when time permits. If time doesn't permit, sleep less. In the night, go to net zero sites, download report, start checking. Starting from Infosys, who says by 2030 there will be net zero. And also check those who are saying by 2040 there will be net zero. I'm talking only with respect to business sustainability perspectives. If you cultivate these things, fundamentally clear, your boss will super happy and will give you some extra space to work on those lines. No rocket science, but there is science in it. And because science in it, there is hardly changes. The fundamentals, whether you do it sitting in India, Odisha, or US tomorrow, fundamentals remain same. That's the best part of business sustainability side. Coming back to how do you market yourself? I am coming to straight away. May I give permitted another 1 minute maybe. How many of you are you feel that your know-how is on global standards? You can compete with anybody who is doing business sustainability in Harvard today, unless you know what the course curriculum there. So let me come to how do you project yourself. How many of you have LinkedIn profile? Raise your hand. 200%. So I mean, I could see two hands also. How many of you have more than 5,000 followers on LinkedIn? 5,000 followers? 5,000 plus? Very good. 3, 4, 5. I wish all of you, when the first year students especially, this is also that's a professional space. Show up there. Show up your knowledge. Seriously. This is an era where you have to do good work. You have to beat drum for your good work also. Cultivate that space and improve your profile visibility, not by sharing like Insta, by showing off your know-how. Anything innovative you are learning or doing, share. Increase that. I repeat, first year student must go up with 5,000 followers by the time you are appearing for your placement next year. Is debate and challenging each other is a culture? I don't know today. Old campus it used to be. We used to challenge each other to the professors also. Increase that skill. If you debate and challenge each other in on any subject, that enhance your cognitive skills, your analytic skills also. That also helps a lot during any kind of Viva kind of interview processes. So we used to taught those skills in old campus. Even if suppose you don't know any fundamentals asked by the on the interview, one way of arresting your interviewer is challenging those concepts also. If somebody says, Pratyush says, how good you are at your net zero? You can always say, sir, I don't agree. Net zero is not a, it's a Western practice. Yet you are showing your visibility by know-how. That also need to be cultivated. And morning I was talking to all of you, start doing volunteering for anything that is on climate actions, business sustainability as such kind of work that enhances your networking, skilling, and also your physical visibilities. If you can do hundreds hours of volunteering in next 1 year after passing out, you can sharpen your career to a large extent. Last but not the least, how many of you have 10,000 plus numbers in your phone book? On your phone, 10,000 plus, 5,000 plus, 2, 3, 1,000 plus. How many of you have 50% of your networks, I mean, for your career related? 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Increase that. What I'm saying, network is not necessarily phone numbers, even email ID can also. I'll close it here, looking at time and all. So precisely what I'm saying, and one last but not least, we can also have a movement called AI for sustainability. Are you all working on that line? If not, create your own small group, take help of some expert like Patil sir, and I don't know, some of you must be on very deep into that. There are a lot of things coming on AI site. By the time you'll graduate, this will be highly useful. If you don't know how to use it for business sustainability or certainly as such, you may feel like one step behind. Cultivate it before you leave this campus. I believe with this, your career will be much sharpened. I've given few coordinate to the CAS team also, the present year placement and all, and I'll commit Sutama ma'am and team that as long as I'm there, I'll keep you posted in different multiple forums. Wishing all the very best for current year placement and first year internships as well. Thank you everyone. I'm here in campus. We can talk later.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights.
It is my privilege to invite and introduce Mr. Ranjan K. Panda, a distinguished environment, water, and climate change expert. With over 3 decades of experience, spanning in research, advocacy, policy, education, and grassroots action across India and South Asia, widely known as the Waterman of Odisha. He is a leading voice in sustainable water resource management, climate resilience, and environmental governance, and has significantly shaped national and international sustainability conversations. Mr. Panda convenes and leads major civil society networks, including Water Initiatives and the Combat Climate Change Network India. Mr. Panda is the recipient of several honors, including the first Green Hero Award, presented by the President of India, in recognition of his outstanding work in the field of environmental sustainability. Sir, the dais is all yours, sir. Okay, sir.
Give me the call list. Yeah, thank you. So hi guys, this second presentation from lunch, and Pratyush has already heated you up a bit about jobs and prospects. I'll take it to a different dimension altogether. Yeah, is it? Yeah, thank you. I think I'm not a PPT guy. I've not been one. Even in European universities where sometimes I get an opportunity to teach, and the class length is almost 2 hours. So I don't use a PPT. So you can understand that 10 minutes is very less for me. But then it is also a challenge. And something I will take you to is a complete different world from what Pratyush said. That sets up your career, the money you get. But to me, that's very important. But to me, sustainability so far has been a different concept, and I practiced it. Something that technology cannot bring. That's what is my belief. Technology can always aid to your sustainability careers like AI and anything else. But then the primary thing that I always wanted to understand from my perspective, and I'm not like those who say my way or highway. So it's like my perspective, okay, from my experience. And I say, no matter how much social media, how much everything you use, technology, you should never forget that nature is the supreme technology. And you keep on growing in your career, you keep on growing in your technological innovations, but you have not been able to produce water. You can take water to people's doorsteps, helping technology, but you have not been able to produce water. So I think one presentation was telling us how water stressed we are going to be. And at the moment, India is like almost 54% water stressed. So that is one thing you should understand. I think the second thing that I've been trying in our campaign called Youth for Water India since 2019 is, you cannot sort of promote sustainability without understanding nature, without actually respecting nature. So the very concept, for example, of soil, how much do we understand soil shapes how much we are actually prepared to take sustainability in our career, in our lives. So many people, I don't know, do you read soil in your course? Excuse me? Sir, you must have read it. Yeah. So you read soil, okay? You read water. You read forests. Right. So I'll just try to talk about these three very basic elements. One, can soil live without water? Can water live without soil? Can forests live without soil and water? And can any of those actually live without the others? But let us go back to fundamentals, class 4, class 5 text. What do they teach us? And do we really remember now what our class standard 5, standard 6 textbooks have told us? Do we remember? Nobody. Something, I think, our folklores, our traditional knowledge systems, our books, our practices have told us time and again is connectivity. In sustainability for me, without making a connection between all these three, you just cannot practice sustainability. You just cannot preach even sustainability. So when I see, like with due respect to the plantation we did today, when I see that people just go on planting saplings in the name of environmental activism or whatever, I seriously don't understand why. I don't know if you have listened to the latest news from China. And anybody? And any very surprising news that has come from China related to planting saplings? Nobody. Actually, China has overplanted trees to an extent that it has disturbed the water cycle. It has shifted water from places it was not meant to shift. Similarly, in the entire world, we are now doing something, plant a sapling, plant a sapling, plant a sapling. And when you keep on planting saplings without really understanding the linkage of plants with the local, for example, evapotranspiration. If you don't understand that trees are also carrier of water and they could actually carry more water from the soil if you have not planted them carefully and if you have not planted the native species properly in proper places. So I think this is the first lesson I would like to, I'm not in 10 minutes, I cannot speak everything, but the first thing I would like to request that don't limit your environmentalism or love for environment or actions for sustainability to just planting saplings anywhere and everywhere. That is the first thing. The second thing I would like to say is understanding the species themselves and understanding them not only from the books. I think some of the speakers have already told about it, that books don't tell you everything. So please don't rely heavily on AI, heavily on books, but please rely and respect some of your traditional wisdoms as well. Maybe your Nanima, maybe your grandpa, I don't know which generation they're still alive. But I'll give you an example of just one person called Prafulla Bhai in a village in Nayagarh. That's just one of the hundreds of villages I have visited all across the world. In Indonesia, in Philippines, in India, in Bangladesh, everywhere you go to a village, never ever go as if you are a management graduate and you know everything. Climate change per se, climate knowledge per se is very local. My personal, I have always said this maybe hundreds of times, I learned climate change from a village called, Ghes in Bargarh district when I was studying sociology. I'm a sociologist, by the way. But I'm known as a climate expert worldwide because my understanding of climate change started early 90s, where people were not talking about that in Odisha. Why? Because the people told me, I think one speaker was telling about seasons. People told me about how seasons are getting different. How early flowering is occurring in local plants, which scientists were not studying them. But people were already understanding. Similarly, if you go to Prafulla Bhai, for example, in a village in Nayagarh, he is a walking encyclopedia on trees. If he goes around with you to a forest, he'll be just talking about every species in that forest that he has guarded along with villages, and he has understood those trees, their benefits, their characters, their water holding capacities, and the kind of birds they attract, the kind of pests they attract. So these are local knowledge systems that fortunately enough we still have in India. But what we do, we just feel that every land is fit for plantation, even pastoral lands
very important ecosystems without plants, we go and plant, we call them wastelands. We don't understand those. I think this local knowledge you should always try. It's difficult, I know, within your course curricula, within a campus, but you have scope, wherever you have scope. If you want to really understand sustainability, you try, go to the old generation people. They still carry some of the knowledge that our books have not carried, unfortunately. So I think that's the second lesson. And in my time, how much time I am left? 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. The third thing, I think I will come back, is respect. And when you understand the connectivity, you also start respecting nature. Because you just cannot plan things in a way that helps you as human beings only. Have we really done justice to the other species on the planet? Have we? Anybody is convinced we have done justice to them? Anybody is convinced we have not done justice to them? Any hands? Justice? Injustice? But how? How have we committed injustice? I'll just give you one example. How many of you have ever wondered what is the water body that is besides your home or university? Please. You know the name? Please tell me. Yeah, you can, please, feel free.
Good morning, sir. My name is Siddharth Narayan. I'm a first year student. So near our campus, we have the Daya River, and Ganga Nala mixes in the Daya River, and it deteriorates the quality so badly that the local people who are depending on the river for all these years are unable to use the river.
Okay, that's okay. About the river, pond, any pond, anybody has seen? Please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mrinan. I'm from first year MBA. Bindusagar Pond, that has been deteriorated due to many reasons, be it livelihood, be it the reason and over-exploitation of the same.
You are from Bhubaneswar?
Yes.
Okay, great. Anybody in your own city, in your own town, have seen a pond, have gone explored one? Yeah, please.
So there is a pond behind a little. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Priyanka.
It's okay. Yeah, please.
So there is a pond in Khandagiri. If you go a little ahead of AIMS, College and Hospital, that is the pond that I visit. I used to visit when I was in the city.
Okay. I think I'm still sure that everybody has seen a pond, but nobody has ever visited one. Let us explore this question, why? Why have we not visited a pond? We are talking about sustainability. We are reading this. Let us go back with this question, I would suggest. That why have we not gone and seen one of the most important climate indicators of my locality? A surface water body. I'm not taking time, but we can always come back on this, we can connect. But if we start exploring this question, then I think a lot of things that have been said already is going to be answered. And we can actually talk about real sustainability. Like jobs, it's fine. Your career, it is fine. But sincerely on a daily basis, as a human being, whenever I am going and asking what sustainability practices I'm really culturing myself, everybody says, okay, I'm doing this, recycling, this, that, all important things. But have I tried to understand the role of the natural resources all across, including the soil beneath my own feet, in promoting sustainability and giving me a better planet to survive. If we start understanding this, I'm leaving you with a question. Go explore the pond nearby your house and try to understand why on earth or in India or in Odisha, that's one of the best indicators of climate. I think if we start exploring this, next time when we meet, maybe we'll discuss more. Thank you so much.
We are pleased to present the special summit edition of Paritran magazine, developed in collaboration with the Sambad Group. This edition, anchored in SDG 12, is framed around the theme, The Weight of Our Wants, Redefining Value in the Age of Excess. We are honored to have with us Ms. Tanaya Patnaik, Editor-in-Chief, Sambad Group. I would like you to please come on the stage, ma'am. I would also like to invite Professor Dr. Tanmay Khuntia, Faculty Coordinator of Conserve, Professor Dr. Satapa Pati, Academic Dean, School of Sustainability, and the team of Conserve. Please have a warm round of applause.
Our keynote speaker, Ms. Tanaya Patnaik, is a senior media professional and a leader from Odisha, currently serving as the executive director of the Sambad Group, one of Eastern India's most influential media organizations. She oversees its print, radio, television, and digital platforms and has played a key role in strengthening the group's digital transformation and public engagement initiatives. An alumna of Warwick Business School, United Kingdom, Ms. Patnaik has been actively involved in initiatives that promote inclusive narratives, social responsibility, and informed public discourse, all of which are central to advancing responsible consumption and production of information in today's media landscape. May I invite Professor Dr. Vikrant Vijay Patil to felicitate Ms. Tanaya Patnaik. Moreover, to commemorate the meaningful collaboration between Sambad Group and the School of Sustainability, we are pleased to present this memento as a symbol of our shared commitment to dialogue, responsibility, and sustainable futures. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I invite you to share your insights with us.
Thank you so much. A very warm afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be a part of the unveiling of the Paritran magazine. My heartfelt congratulations to the entire team. I'm sure a lot of effort has gone behind it, and it's always a delight to see students leading publications, and with all the rawness, with all the imperfections, I think it's a great opportunity to express your ideas, create something, and to all the faculty members who have supported them, my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes. So I'm also not a PPT girl. So although I have had a PPT ready, I'm not going to use it. I'm not an expert like Ranjan Babu. I don't know much about climate change, to be very honest. I've not read a lot. I've not specialized in anything. But I have the utmost clarity about one thing. That is, we all are in major trouble. And we need to get together to sort this out. I don't even know if there's a chance, but we all live on hope. So I'm here to talk about the initiative of Sambad Group, which is called Punascha Prithvi, or the Earth Again movement. It all started in the year 2021 with two questions. Sorry, one question and one realization. The realization that climate change is for real, and the question that we pride ourselves as the largest media conglomerate in Odisha. We do so many activities, so many events, connecting people, connecting our viewers, readers, listeners, digital consumers. But what is it that we are doing to address the single most important challenge ahead of us? That is climate change. So we had brainstorming sessions. What should we do? The first idea that came was should we plant trees? But then everybody is doing that. Should we clean rivers? Because Odisha has a lot of rivers and rivers are a major issue. But then would we be able to do it on a long term? Would we be able to do it well? Or are we going to organize one big river cleaning activity and then it's going to be splashed across all our media and then we forget about it the next day? So I wanted to do something that was sustainable, that was something that we could do long term. And honestly, I wanted to do something that will be easy to do. Because the easier it is, the more chances that we're going to do it on a long term. So it all came down to reporting. The kind of reporting that most media do is mostly reactive reporting. So there's a cyclone, there's a major environmental disaster, then we report on it. How people are being affected, we report. So it's reactive reporting, like there's a heat wave, X number of people are affected, so we report on it. There's an advisory, we report on it. On World Environment Day, probably we'll do an article or two. On World Water Day, probably we'll do an interview or two. So it was limited to that. So the idea came of having an environment desk, a climate communication or a climate reporting desk. Honestly, most media houses in the country today still do not have dedicated teams or desks reporting on climate change because that needs resources. We need resources, we need experts, we need trained journalists, we need space, and all that comes down with it. And because climate change is not as glamorous as crime or politics or entertainment, so the plan never materializes. So then what we decided was that, we have so many platforms. We have print, we have television, we have digital, we have radio. So why not just start talking about climate every day on any of the platforms, but without fail, there would be one article, a little quiz, a little tweet, a small interview, could be anything on any of our platforms every single day. So we wanted to integrate climate reporting into daily reporting. We have a network of 500 reporters. I mean, what could be better than, involving everybody instead of creating a limited or a specific environment desk. So that's how it started in 2021. We launched the Punascha Prithvi initiative. I'm sure we all know, your students studying sustainability here, that Odisha is one of the most vulnerable states when it comes to the impact of climate change. I think Lord Jagannath has blessed us with so much, right? So I think to balance it, we also have we're facing the brunt of climate change. It's Eastern India is also very, very vulnerable. We have cyclones, we have droughts, we have floods, we have forest fires, we have extreme heat waves, and the impact is there for all to see. The major challenge for us was under Punashya Prithvi to integrate, like I said, all our reporters into reporting on climate. Now imagine we're talking about something like, say, please stop me or let me know when I run out of time. Donald Trump slashes all funding for climate action initiatives. Maldives is going to probably disappear in a few years because the sea is going to just eat it up. Or Greta Thunberg is doing something somewhere. Or Amazon jungles are devastated with massive fire. Do you think a reader in Balasore, a fisherman in Puri, a farmer in Kendrapada is going to give two hoots about it? So the first thing we decided was that we're not going to get into global climate reporting, which is not relevant or which does not connect with our reader, who's the common man on the ground. Second, we're not going to be using any scientific jargon, no talking about carbon footprints, no talking about funding, no talking about what world leaders are debating at COP. We're going to just talk about how it is affecting the livelihoods, how it is affecting migration patterns, how it's affecting the lives of our children. So it's much more impactful when in Kendrapada edition, we're talking about how entire villages are disappearing. In Simlipal, we talk about how the fires have affected the life of tribal communities who are dependent on the forest wood for the livelihoods. Or we're talking about how children and young people in block level, in village levels, are getting together to do something about climate change and glorify young people, glorify not just young people but whoever at the local level, the hyper local level, who are working so much, who are doing such great work. So I think that we started. Initially we thought these news is not going to get traction, but we realized that the reporters were anyway reporting on these things. It's just that they were not looking at it from a climate lens. They were not looking at it at a climate angle. So that is a little tweak that we're trying to do and use our strength of 500 reporters all over Odisha. If they start talking about ground realities, I'm sure over the years, it's going to make an impact, at least when it comes to more awareness, more discussion, more dialogue. Punashya Prithvi, an initiative that we've taken for 12 years, not just 1 or 2 years. We very consciously made it a long-term initiative. We talk about Odisha becoming developed, becoming Vikasit by 2036. That is also when Odisha is going to complete 100 years as a state. So we want to play our part in probably presenting Odisha as a model for sustainable development. One of the important components of the Punashya Prithvi or the Earth Again initiative is the Climate Panchayat. We all know that without policy, without strong political willpower, not a lot of things can be done. So Climate Panchayat is an initiative where we go to all 147 constituencies. This is also something that we're planning to do for the next 12 years. We've completed 2 years. We go to 146 constituencies. We invite the elected representative, the MLA, and it's not a very big event, probably 100 people without a microphone in most places, sitting under a tree, discussing only climate specific issues of that area. There's going to be no talk about I need a house or I need a job. It's only people who love their land, young people. We see a lot of young people coming in. We see a lot of older people coming in, where we felicitate some of the local heroes there. And the biggest thing is that, the MLA is present. So the discussion is happening in the presence of their Neta, and there we have seen the number of questions on climate or climate related issues that are being asked in the assembly, they are going up. I don't have the exact figures now, but there is a steep rise in the number of questions that the elected representatives are putting up in the legislative assembly because they've been given a report, a lot of discussion is happening, and then the people are also asking questions. So the climate panchayat is one of the important components. Then we have school exams where almost 3 lakh students appear for art, debate, handwriting. Handwriting is funny, but these are young kids. We're testing the handwriting, but the paragraph which they are copying and writing, that is about climate. So subconsciously trying to get them think about climate at some level. Students are involved, and I think we're just doing what is the easiest for us when we're doing a project. So let's talk about a real estate project. What is the most valuable thing there? The land, right? Once you have the land, then you can build on it. So here we're giving our space on print, TV, radio, digital. We invite people to collaborate with us. We want to glorify people who are working on the ground. We do a 3-day conference, which is not the most important part of this initiative. I think the most important part is doing 365 days of climate content round the year. And I strongly believe that it is going to definitely have a compound effect at the end of 12 years. So we want people also like you, young students like you also to start doing climate panchayats at your level. We would be more than happy to share your efforts on all our digital platforms. Congratulations to all of you for this. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Like we have the tagline, One Earth, we have one Earth, let's unite for it. So we would be more than happy to collaborate with the institution for anything related to climate communication. And thank you so much. I have 2 videos.
Yes, I'm just playing it. Which one first?
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. It is now my privilege to invite and introduce Mr. Pallav Purushottam, founder and director of Restore Earth Solutions. Sir guides organizations as ESG strategies to sustainability reporting under GRI and nature-based solutions like regenerative agriculture and agroforestry. With prior experience as an independent consultant, designing project design document, MRV systems, GHG assessments, and sustainable corporate gifting via SI Ventures. May I now invite Professor Dr. Arup Roy to felicitate and present the memento to Mr. Pallav Purushottam. Thank you, sir. Sir, I invite you to share your insights with us, sir.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Hi. So thank you very much for this opportunity. It's great again to come back here. Some time back, this time with Dean Madam's request, we were actively involved with students for their capstone project. It was really great experience for us as well. Like new insights we could get from students, different type of discussion, something new, something maybe very different. So today I was asked to speak about the work what we are doing in our company. So basically we are a sustainability consulting company working in ESG consulting, sustainability consulting, CSR consulting, and to be very focused on nature-based solution carbon credit consulting. So definitely for students of sustainability, carbon credits is one of the most important space, I will say now. Like lot many opportunities coming up in this area, and it will be a very good opportunity if students you all can learn about carbon credits and join like this kind of project. And now India government coming up with CCTS, definitely the scope will be very high. So as previous speakers were mentioning about data, definitely data is one of the most important thing when we discuss about sustainability project or carbon projects as such. Different type of data, different type of insights are required. I am sure that I see a lot of all the SDG logos here, and you will be definitely equipped about SDG impact assessment. How many of you know about it? SDG impact assessments? Okay, so it's definitely a very kind of great space that you can learn about SDG impact assessment, and lot many opportunities are there in that space. And coming to carbon credits project, I was discussing with your professor now about LCA and all. Definitely you were learning about it. So emission estimation is one of the most important skill that you all can pick up. Various type of emission estimation. For simple things, you can start with formula based ones like IPCC have certain guidelines, and various carbon registries, they have their own guidelines of estimating the emission from various interventions. Apart from that, little more
technical level, we can say direct measurements. So what we can do on field or a factory basis, we will means like what different machineries or equipments will be installed, and actual air sampling will be done, and how much percentage of GHG is there, and that will be again like scaled up to the field area and quantify the emission. That is more accurate one. And I'm sure that you will have some paper on GIS. You will have paper on GIS. So emission estimation or emission models can also work through GIS based sampling. So they are at very large scale emission estimation can be done like state level, district level, or maybe at country level as well. Another key thing in carbon and sustainability is about MRV. I'm sure you will be knowing what is MRV, if somebody can say. Anyone? MRV, yes.
So MRV stands for monitoring, reporting, and verification.
Yeah. So thank you. So MRV is another very important skill in carbon and sustainability. So to understand what is the emission or where we can reduce the emission, monitoring or measurement is very important. Unless we monitor or measure, we will not come to know where my maximum emission is happening and where there is scope for me to reduce emission. Then transparent reporting, reporting that scientific reporting and transparent reporting is important, and then verification by third party agencies. So in MRV, data analytics is one of the most important skill you can learn how to report. See, monitoring, definitely yes, you can design like what are my data points that is required as per my project. Basic, for example, I will give we are working at very large scale on rice based project, so I will take example and give like of MRV. So for example, we are working on rice projects and we are changing farmer practice. I'm sure second year students, many of you, like 3 groups, I think you have done some project, capstone project on rice AWD. Any of you? Two groups were there. Okay, I think they are not here. So if we take rice project for example, for me what is important to give brief about project. As we know, rice is a crop which requires significant amount of water, and generally farmer keep their field flooded. So when field is flooded, soil condition is anaerobic. Whenever anaerobic respiration happens, and by anaerobic decomposition, methane is released, and methane is 28 times more potent GHG than carbon dioxide. So it is very important for us to reduce our methane emission. So and technically, rice crop doesn't require that much of water, and as a general knowledge, generally plant takes water from their root. If we put like 10 centimeter, 12 centimeter, 15 centimeter above root level, it's not going to be any use for plant because they take the water from root. Definitely it is important in initial period for rice to keep it flooded so that other weeds, they don't grow. But after that, after 15 days, flooding is not at all required. So when we kind of influence farmers, or we do their capacity building and ask them not to flood their field, and then whatever emission reduction is happening because of that, we estimate, and out of that carbon credit is generated. So for me, what is important to monitor or measure? One thing definitely is water level. how much is my water level, what is my soil moisture, what is my soil type, and what is my flooding duration, what is my moist duration, what is my dry duration. So those are my measuring like monitoring parameters what I have to take. Along with it, some other monitoring parameters as per the package of practice that is there. Then comes to reporting. How am I going to report it? So that when I am doing a carbon project, my first priority is generating high quality carbon emission reduction. So I should have data and so that scientifically I can back my emission reduction. Then what are other points I can take? For example, if I have given a brief background about the project. Can someone of you say what all SDGs are material for this project? Any SDG? Any of students you can say? We spoke about reducing irrigation or reducing flooding in field. So any SDG? Sorry? Yeah, go on.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ansha. I'm from the MBSM first year batch. The key SDG would be SDG 13, of course, climate action. Another would be.
We spoke about reduced irrigation.
Right. It's.
You can see here.
SDG 12, of course, responsible production and consumption.
Yes, okay.
15, life on land. If I don't think 15.
We spoke about water.
Yes, sir.
SDG 6.
Yes, sir.
Someone said
SDG
from back.
6.
Okay.
And I think that would suffice mostly.
Yeah. So thank you. So see, basically in my carbon project, the more SDGs I cover, the better the quality of the credit will be generating. So maximum impact we have to achieve. So what all, see, many things we are doing, but it is how we present those data or how we report those data that is also very important. For example, SDG 6. For reporting on SDG 6, I need water data. I already have it. So then again you said about responsible consumption and production. Definitely when the water footprint of my rice what is produced is less, definitely SDG 12 will also come. Then what else? SDG 13 for sure. Then we also see when farmer is irrigating the field, that requires like certain man hours. If there is a reduction in irrigation, definitely decent work and economic growth will also come, SDG 8. And other SDGs, yeah, life on land, life below water, those are secondary level because of reduced pesticide use maybe. So the objective of this exercise was, see, we have those data, but it is also very important how do we report those data. So that we can get maximum impact out of it. So then verification, when my monitoring and reporting is very strong, definitely my verification will also be, it will be easier to pass through the verification process by third party in the carbon project. So MRV is also very one of the very important area what you all can work, and definitely if you have expertise on GIS, many of these things can be done through GIS, like modeling water level. For example, there are two ways. One way, definitely our field officer goes to the field, they check the water level manually in the AWD pipe, take the picture, and second way of doing it through satellite data of soil moisture. Then crop growth, yield index, all these things can be, even now soil data is also like Uh, Soil nutrient data also is accessible through some high-end satellites. So GIS is one of the very important skills you can take up for MRV, and there is definitely very high demand for GIS specialized scientists who can join the carbon projects. You can look for there are multiple carbon developers working in India right now. You can look their websites and what all work they are doing. And next important thing I will suggest about doing a internship or volunteering. Basically, one of the very large university in Delhi, we are working with them. They are now around 26 students are doing volunteering project with us on climate space for 100 hours. So they are giving their 100 hours, and in that definitely they are going to pick up all these skills. And see, definitely learning from textbook or in class is important. On field experience is also very important, because nowadays any of the recruiter, they look for experience. See, for example, I am now coming out of my MBA, and I have not worked anywhere. What I will show as experience, all these things will definitely work as experience. Over. Okay. Thank you. So these are some of the points what I'd like to discuss. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and looking forward to working with you many more times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now invite your attention to a short documentary screening aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 12, highlighting the realities and challenges of responsible consumption and production, and exploring pathways towards circular and sustainable solutions. This documentary has been thoughtfully curated by the MBA Sustainability Management students.
Let me ask you something. When was the last time you threw away something and didn't think twice about it? Maybe it was a plastic bottle, old clothes, or leftover food. And here's the real question. Where did it actually go? Most of us don't know or don't even care. And that's where the real problem starts. We live in a system that follows a simple rule. Take, make, use, and throw. This is exactly what SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, is trying to change. Now imagine this instead. That waste you throw away doesn't end its journey in a landfill. It gets recycled, repaired, and reused. A local worker earns a livelihood. Resources are saved, pollution is reduced. And this is what we call circular synergies. It is a system where products are designed to last longer, materials stay in use for a longer period of time, and economic growth includes everyone, not just a few. And here's the important part. It is not about governments or industries. It is about us. Every time you buy only what you need, you repair instead of replace, and you choose sustainable products, you are practicing SDG 12 in real life. Circular consumption does not mean throwing things away or giving up on it. It means using them wisely. So the next time you are about to throw something away, just pause and ask whether it is the ending of something or the beginning of something new. Because the future is not linear. It is circular.
Thank you. We appreciate the efforts of students that have put this documentary together. As we draw the formal academic sessions of the day to we extend our sincere gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success and substance of today's proceedings. We are deeply thankful to our distinguished speakers and dignitaries for sharing their time, experience, and insight. They have enriched the discussions and strengthened the relevance of it. Our appreciation also extends to leadership, faculty members, and institutional partners of the School of Sustainability, academic guidance, and continued support make the platform such as this possible.
We would also like to acknowledge the efforts of our partners, organizing team, volunteers, and students, whose commitment and behind the scenes work ensure the smooth conduct of the inaugural session. Thank you once again for your presence, participation, and engagement. The cultural evening will commence at 4:30 p.m. in the same venue. I request all the guests to please come on the stage for a photo. All the students are requested to please be seated for the time being.